All right. I think we've got everything we need. We've got the cup of tea, which is the most important part. And we've got the snack just in case, because it's feeling brunchy breakfasty here at the moment, to be honest with you. It's feeling a little bit that way. Just a little bit. So we'll give that a crack. Now we need to do posts because I haven't done that yet. Getting into the old routine. The old routine. You gotta have a routine. Seems to me. Oh, where's my stream? Here we go. Lappy? Where is the stream? Streams showcase thing. I always lose it. There it is. Okay. Am I subscribed to Mr. Ray Ray? I'm not, I should be. Oh yeah, I am. Sweet. Nope. Don't play sound. All right. Now we're good. Now we're good. Now we're cooking. Now we're good. Now we're good. Now we are good. Just type the first bevy result that comes to mind, and then we go pull requests. We got anything that I need to pay immediate attention to? All right. So, oh yeah, this disqualified thing sounds cool. Mm-hmm. So what is it actually doing? Oh, it was the short name thing. Okay, I don't really have a lot to do with that. Let's go author me. All right, clarify, transform, and global documentation. Yep. I accidentally pinged our parrot, and apparently that just makes makes them get notified a lot. So I should definitely not do that anymore. It doesn't end up in a commit message. Oops. Okay. So what do we got? We've got, oh yeah, we should use the bevy engine org link is better. Okay, a real fix wants 1304.193. When writing module level or other high level documentation, I often want to link to our examples to show users how to do something. This is distinct from the auto-generated links to examples, which are great. This can be done using relative paths. It's a bit fragile. An introdoc link extension to make that work. Interesting. Okay, cool. In the meantime, we'll use bevy engine org links. So that's the first thing we can do. What's my ranch? Clarify transform doc. or on Flappy Bevy. More about that later. Ooh, also, rescue the tea bag. Very important. Very important. So clarify transform doc. And then we've got right. Where is that? Global transform. All right, example links. So let's check these. Let's go here. And we'll try examples 3D parenting. I'm assuming that what? No. Bevy engine org examples transforms transform. We'll try those and see if they actually translate to. This is the slow way of doing it because I'm a bad vimmer, very, very bad vimmer. Bevy engine.org. Okay, so we'll try those. Oh, actually that, I don't know if we really need the folder. Let's just try this and make sure that it works. It's a little slow. Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. Does it have controls? No, but it's still very cool. Okay, so that one works. And then this one, I think we already checked. I don't know that the trailing, oh yeah, that's wrong. I thought I fixed that. Okay, so let's go back to examples. 3D and parenting. Here we go, parenting. Oh, it's 3D rendering parenting. Okay. Like so. Let's check that that works. It does indeed appear to. It's a pretty cool example. Okay. Nice. So, what about other instances of example links that I need to work on? Doesn't seem like there's any more in here. What are the other changed files in this PR that I need to think about? Just 3. Bundles, RS. I think I just tweaked that. And we'll get to that in a minute. This is global transform, which we've just fixed, and then transform. Okay, so components transform. Examples. Yeah, here we go. I don't, oh, it's exactly the same ones. Okay, so first of all, I fixed it in that file. That's what happened. Okay. So, bevy engine, examples, transforms, transform. I'm pretty sure that was the one. No need for that trailing slash. We'll check both of those. That's correct. And that's correct. Okay, nice. And no other example. References? Oh, this one. So yeah, I need to figure out how to use Flash to delete to a find. Because DFX works pretty well in this case, but bevyengine.org examples transforms scale. And that seems to work, so that's good. And it converting. Here we go. Change FX bevy-engine.org. Actually, I should put the key shower thing up. It's good for me. Good practice. Good practice. Make me a better vimmer. Yes, please. Make me a better vimmer. I need it. There we go. Okay. Now, examples, transforms, 3D rotation. Is that not? I wonder if that's still in the same place. Yeah, no. So, quick look here. It'll be in 3D rendering. Rotation. Rotation. Really, no rotation? 2D rotation. 3D rotation. It is in transforms 3D rotation. What did I say? Examples transforms 3D rotation. Oh, it's not an underscore. That would be why. Okay. Link works. Nice. Nice. We love to see it. We love to see it. Very cool. Okay. Any other example links? I'm not seeing one. I'm not seeing them. They don't appear to be here. Oh, I think we're good. All right. So that is, should not mutate, should not, cannot. Oh, okay. So before I commit, I need to pull. Otherwise I'll get all messed up. Damn it. Okay, get stash pop. No, okay, good. And are there other things that I could accept suggestions for? Looks like somebody already committed that, so that's great. And that's all. Okay, great. So we can now do this. And we can go update example links to bevy-engine.org. And was the CI failing was the other question. Oh, well, it needs updating anyway, so We can do that. I think I already updated from main this morning. So git merge main and git push. And that'll cancel the previous CI with any luck. And then we want to address what M. Whittley was saying. The translation rotation scale part is a bit misleading since global transform is not a TRS transformation in general. This also applies to the later part of the dot comment, which breaks down translation, rotation, and scale. Okay. Right. I might see if I can walk that part back a bit. Okay, so in global transform, this is on 12. No, we're somewhere else. How? Wait, what? Use bevy reflect, configure. Oh, I see. Yep, because it was replaced. Duh. Um, the absolute transform of an entity in space relative to the main reference frame. And the previous wording was an affine transformation from entity local coordinates. See, to be honest with you, I would not know what affine meant, but maybe that's a good thing. I mean, maybe people who do need to know what that is. A linear mapping method that preserves points, straight lines, and planes. Typically used to correct for geometric distortions or deformations that occur with non-ideal camera angles. Okay. Preserves lines and parallelism. Say that 10 times fast. But not necessarily Euclidean distances and angles. Blimey. Okay. I think that keyword is something that people who know this stuff would recognize and might be useful to them. Translation, rotation, and scale. Parallel. Hey, Woodstone. How you doing? Okay, I'm going to try. Parallelism, 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 parallelism. That last one was a bit dodgy, but I was pretty close, I feel like. I almost got there. Okay. So it's not a TRS transformation. Is that a common terminology, TRS transformation? Doing good, just looking and working. I hope you're having a decent day. Hey, wait. No, you're not. You're not at work. You're working. You're working. A TRS matrix, multiplying TRS effing. Oh, so they can be both. Ooh, flashbang. Okay, it's not a TRS transformation. All right, so maybe calling it an affine transformation is the correct way. From entity local coordinates to world space coordinates. It's kind of a good way of saying it. Describes the absolute transform. Maybe absolute is a less useful term. I think this actually isn't bad. So if we did this, relative to the main reference frame. And they said this also applies to the later part of this dot comment, which breaks down translation, rotation, and scale. Hmm. Okay, so maybe we just remove this. Whoa, that was not what I intended. Maybe we just remove that. Weight leaning into TRS transform. Language too hard. Would you mind rechecking? Just to see if I've understood you correctly. Ooh, I'm hearing a ding. That is the ding of my partner. My partner's ding. That sounds bad. But I'm hearing many dings, which means that I need to check my messages. Ding, ding, ding. Ooh, interesting job offer. Okay. We might both be changing jobs. Okay. Now, all right. So I feel like that's at a good point to wait for responses now. Might just re-request that. And we'll make sure that CI is working. Actually, how do you run the docs CI? The docs part of the CI. I've done this before because I can do it locally. It's cargo run PCI and then example check, lints, compile fail, bench check, help. There's a docs one. I know there is. Doc, here we go. Okay, that should run relatively quickly. Well, by Rust standards anyway. Boop-a-doo, running tests, running tests, running tests. Wait, these are doc tests? These are just tests. All right. Anyway, it looks like things are going green, so that's good. Now, requests from author me. Half the time it's not me, just me adopting. Huh, that was weird. Okay, so yeah, I'm a lot less sure about this one. Bevy is well, possible GitHub. Thanks for that. Anytime now. Oh, the CPU is locked. All right. Cancelled, cancelled, and oh yeah, this one. Yeah, nice. That one's done for Bevy CLI. You can get rid of these two. And we can close those. How are we doing on the CI? Oh, we're still testing. Okay. How badly is this hammering the CPU? Oh, we got 2 copies of the terminal. Didn't need that. B top. Yeah, we're up there. We're up there. We're definitely up there. It's not as hot as it could be. I mean, during a normal bevy build, it goes up to about 100. I really should have got the i9, but then I would have had to have a whole other kind of cooling. Besides, I didn't know I was going to be streaming. How would I know? Stream has been stuttering. Oh, okay. Well, let's just kill it. That's no fun. That's no fun. Oh, yeah. Error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Wow. Yeah. I just can't do that. Haven't got the oomph. Haven't got the big guns in the CPU department. Okay. Mind you, that little i5, that 13600K, does a good job. If I could call it properly, I think it'd be even better. Okay. So let's just assume then that CI is going to pass, and we'll move on to bearable. It's nice to be bearable. That's the standard we're shooting for. uh, okay. For requests. Yeah. So the closed one. What happened here? I have no idea. All right. So the the documentation PR that I had before, where is that? Commenter me. Commenter me. Not that one. Where's the thing with the where to put the attributes? There it is. Okay, so we need my goodness. TGUICHAOUA. All right. So we'll copy that. I'm going to adopt this one. Get or GCM get remote add TGUICHAOUA. And Teddy, you just have to stay there. I'm sorry, buddy. I know you want to go and lie in the sunshine. I'm really sorry. I am the worst human in the world. It's so, so sad. Okay. So now we can do a get fetch TGUICHAOUA. I'm sure there's a way to pronounce that. I just don't know what it is. Guichawa? Guichawa? Okay, and then the branch is fix docs create attributes. And we will push that to my remote. Okay. And now we'll merge main in to get that updated. Oh no. This is going to suck. I should really use the diff view, but I'm not going to. Okay, bevy core source librs. Hopefully these will be easy. Oh yeah, okay. I actually think that we'll be able to prefer this one most of the time. So the goal is to get the attributes at the top and then the docs. Okay. Yeah, this is good. All right, this is good. This is going to work. So we'll add that. Then we'll go here. And here. And this actually doesn't have docs. What is this? What crate are we in? Bevy ECS source librs. Oh, okay. There is no crate level docs. Interesting. So I feel like we can probably remove these things. Parent-child relationships for bevy entities. Yeah. That's a better documentation string. Bevy input. I don't know if there's actually going to be any changes at this rate. Seems to me. Mm-hmm. Okay. Include readme. Huh. Actually didn't know that was a thing. Few more. Oh, Rust Analyzer struggling to keep up. Keep up, Rust Analyzer. There we go. And what was going on there? Oh, settle X. Oh, no. Hey, it's a Settle raid. That's really nice of you. Thank you, Settle X. I don't know if there's much point in shouting out Settle X, but I'm going to do it anyway. How's everybody doing? I think everybody knows me already, but in case they don't, a theoretical shout out. My name is Basie. I do Bevy and Rust game development. And at the moment, I'm doing what could be considered a relatively boring task of updating Bevy PRs, open source stuff. Get the camera. Hey, everybody. And it's very nice of you to write in. I appreciate it. Look, it's Git. Everybody loves Git. It's so exciting to watch. uh, it's getting Vim, which is even more fun. Dear. Forgot to send this. How did you go? I didn't actually hang out very much on your stream today, I must admit. Said, I just jumped in and said hi and jumped out again. You really enjoy watching people working in Vim. I've got my little thing down here to make sure that that I'm a good Vimmer. If you catch me doing this, J J J J J J J J, then I'm doing the wrong thing and you should make me stop it. It's very bad Vimming. See? J J K K J K. Uh, but yes, I am a bad Vimmer. But I love it anyway. Thanks for even saying hi. No hangouts or even greetings are ever expected. I know, but I like hanging out with you. The thing is, I'm between jobs. Like I start my next job next week. And when I do that, I tend to hang out on streams more just to co-work with people. But until then, I've kind of got some time to do actual streaming. So you're working on learning some new Unity features, a fancy visual programming system for behavior trees. Right. You posted in the Discord about it. And I made a stupid joke about NPC behavior. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Although I do think that you're got to get out there and have fun while you can, right? I do think that your NPC was running away very poorly, but hopefully that got fixed. Okay, so that one looks like it's done. Let's see if we can commit that merge. Oh, Teddy. Teddy's so sad. I don't know if you can hear him whining, but there's some sunshine on the deck and he wants to go and lie in it, and I'm not letting him because I why am I not letting him? Because if he goes out there, then the puppy will whine. And the puppy is currently actually being very good. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this good puppy. She's being so good. And normally she's the troublemaker. So, yeah, you're on camera. Yeah, you are. Good girl. Are you a good boy, Teddy? Yeah, so Teddy's pouting because he's a sunshine dog. He's driven by sunshine. He's powered by sunshine. Sort of running in circles, but at least sometimes running away and stopping when he gets too far. Yeah. Oh, dear. Okay, so that one can go away. So what does that actually leave in terms of a PR? So if I go to mine, where's my fork? Where's my fork? So forky. 53 seconds ago. Is there actually any change now? Is that? Is it true? We don't really use warn missing docs anymore. We use expect. We could probably remove. Yeah, there's really no substantive changes. So I don't think. Let's just have a look at the rest of this file. What we're looking for is when this stuff appears below, above this stuff, but I don't think any of them do anymore. for crate level docs at least. So could we find, how would we find instances of that? We would have to go. Let me just roll through a few files at random. For example, well, actually, let's just open up and then use ripgrep to go through a few of them. Is this a control character? Okay, so that's at the start without directives. That's fine. So is that. That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, I just don't. Oh, hang on. No, that one's fine. It's only when you get directives first that you need to worry. Um, the mouse input functionality, there's no directives at the top. Oh, wait, are there? No. Config all feature is a directive, right? So for example, this should serialize. Oh no, that's bound to this. It's only when you get directives that have got this that you need to change it, I think. That little exclamation point is a thing that we think about. Excuse me. Okay, cool. So I think actually we're in pretty good shape. So what we need to do instead is not create a PR from this one. And go back to pull requests where I am a commenter. Oh, this is mine. Wrong one. Wrong one. Pull requests. 504 open. So what I might do instead of this is make a suggestion on the existing one. Closed. Yeah. Okay, so that's been closed, and now we've got this one. So I could make a suggestion on this one that would help close it. Is it CI looks okay? I prefer them before, so let's see if we can suggest it. The first line is a single sentence that summarizes the crate role in the bevy ecosystem. Links are placed at the end to clarify documentation reading. This is very context dependent and will depend on the sentence and the link. Yeah. So perhaps suggestion, usually placed at the end. To clarify documentation. That's okay, actually. Depending on context or unless context, unless Teddy, honestly, you can't go out right now. Wow. Unless the he's such a huge dog and such a child sometimes. Unless the context require unless the sentence would depending on context, inline links may be useful clarification in a longer documentation block. Something like that. Yeah, I think we can change this now. This readers of the documentation, or consumers, I guess, are more likely to visit generated docs rather than reading them in the source files. Do 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 do. Yeah. Okay. Just added a couple of suggestions per conversation on damn, now I've forgotten the issue, or the PI rather. Move or create attributes after the docs. Yeah. Okay, request changes. Nice. All right, so that covers that one. Now, I think that was all of them. So I think I might move on to the Flappy Bird portion of the exercise. So there was a Flappy Bevy example, and it's really old. It's June 2022. Built Flappy Bird clone where there are many birds, aimed for idiomatic and minimal code. And there's a bunch of feedback, and then the example is appealing and valuable. It more clearly demonstrates some of the fundamental notions of ECS. I'd like to include this and later work towards a more scalable example presentation schema than large nested folders. Just needs another couple of reviews. More code to maintain and doesn't necessarily showcase new concepts. I might work on it anyway, but but it's kind of got parked. And so what happens is that it gradually gets out of date with Bevy. So now it doesn't run at all. I spent some time trying to fix it out yet last night. Um, but I think I might just try and get it to a working state and maybe a little more idiomatic with the current state of Bevy. So let's see if we can even get it to run. It's called Flappy something or other, Bevy. There we go. And right now it does not run. Oh, right. It's an example. So let's go to Flappy and we'll wait for Rust Analyzer to catch up with us. We also got some ads. So that's going to be coming up in about 3 minutes. While that happens, I might slurp my tea because tea is for slurping. Both dogs have vacated the bed now. Nothing on puppy cam. Hmm. All right. I ate a snack. It was a good snack. It was good. All right. So let's look at this Flappy Bird. I have never written a Flappy Bird game at all. I don't even know if I've really played it that much. Um, let's see what Rust Analyzer makes of this. Well, first of all, Collide AABB doesn't exist anymore. So that's a thing. Um, let's look where we use collide and collision, because maybe... Okay, 2 places. So maybe we could run the rest of the game without this for now, and then figure out how to do basic physics without using a physics library, because this is an example, so it has to use really small. And this is really kind of not great organization, I feel. Yeah. Okay. So let's comment this out. And then, oh, that's deprecated. Yeah, we can fix that later. And then we'll comment out bird collision as well. Missing documentation for a function? Wow. Okay. There's a vague theory that this might actually run. I don't know, but it might. Wonder if it has sound. Probably doesn't. It's trying to build something. Oh my God, it works. Okay. So, oh, that's funny. That's quite a nice example. There's no collision, but it is quite a nice example. It would be a lot more challenging if collision were implemented. A lot more challenging. But it's pretty interesting as a sort of a minimal example, right? Like, I mean, it's not, no one's going to choose to, or maybe they are going to choose to make a game this way. But it might be a chance to showcase some of the things. By the way, look at all those teamies that are on today. That's pretty cool. Some of the things that, and they can all fall off the screen, which is a bit of a problem. That's probably what they were saying in the comment. A restart or you lost screen. The birds fall down and out of the screen and you can't do anything but quit. Yeah. Okay. So it works. That's good. Now I know that someone wrote an example, or they modified an example that fixed the lack of collide AABB, which was always a bit of a hack as I understand it. Use intersect volume for breakout example collisions. Here we go. Okay, so it removes collide AABB. Use bevy math bounding. Okay. And were there any comments that I need to know about? Oh, see the new collide with side example function. Okay. Hmm. Okay. And in fact, we could look at the breakout example in general to get their collision code. So let's have a quick look there. Breakout. Breakout. Let's run that. Great. Rust analyzer's making everything slow. Oh, it's got noise. Sorry if that's too loud. Whoa, that's probably way too loud. Okay, so that's got collision. That's all we needed to know. Excuse me. My snack is repeating on me. It's terrible. So collision. Add event, collision event. Okay, it's event handling. Collision sound. Collider is a collider. Where does that come from? Oh, it's a component. All right. So we could yoink a lot of this code, right? Let's do that. Oh, see what I'm doing? K, 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 J, 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 J. Very bad Vimmer. Very, very bad Vimmer. Okay, so it's got velocity, which is interesting. Collider, collision event. So let's just try having those things. And then the wall bundle has a collider in it. Does the bat or whatever it's called, the paddle, have a collider as well? Sprite bundle paddle collider, yeah. Okay. So where is our sprite bundle? I'm sure I have one somewhere. We can get rid of auto flap as well. Struct spawn bird. Okay. Generate chunk. Where's sprite bundle? Here we go. We'll add a collider here. Like so. No such field. Oh, right. We can't put it in the sprite bundle. We just need to put it with the sprite bundle. I see it's using insert. Yeah, we don't need to do that, but just for now, we'll use insert. Now, in breakout, material mesh bundle ball. So do we spawn the walls as objects? Where is the collision code? Obstacles. Okay, it's called an obstacle. All right, here we go. Sprite bundle, sprite, insert obstacle, and insert collider. Okay, that seems reasonable to me. And then we could look at the collision events in this one. Check for collisions. Let's just yoink it. Let's yoink the whole thing, damn it. I don't know if I need it, but let's yoink it. Brownian drift. My goodness. Very complex. Okay, so we're going to need birds and obstacles and commands. And probably a way to send the event. Yeah, collision events. There we go. So commands, yes. Birds. Wait, were you going to complete that for me? Oh, yeah? I'll take it. They need the velocity and the transform, which I think makes sense. Just tapping back from eating pizza, looks like. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I always freeze in the worst positions. Look how intently I'm concentrating. Thank you for telling me. It's weird. It's a relatively expensive Elgato Facecam Pro, but it doesn't seem to like my setup in some way. It's very annoying. Super focused. Hey, there I am. I'm back. Yeah, it just turns itself off. It's really weird. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. And if I don't happen to notice, someone usually tells me. Oh dear. Birds and obstacles. Now that's going to need disambiguation, I do believe, because it's a very similar query. With collider. Okay. Option brick. Oh, interesting. That might be a good way of doing it, actually. Yeah, let's try that, in fact. I find sometimes my Stream Deck crashes, freezes, but that's just from me using too much CPU. I was running tests earlier in the day, and Woodstone was like, "Hey, you know your streams, your stream's kind of hitching right now." Yeah, use of CPU is definitely a problem. Okay, so instead of obstacles, we could use a collider query. Instead of birds, we could use option obstacle, option bird. Yeah, something like that. Collision events. Yeah. Ball velocity, ball transform. I don't think I need that. For collider entity, collider transform, maybe bird, maybe obstacle, maybe bird in collider query. Let collision equals ball collision. Well, then I wouldn't put it past that CAM software just taking a nap when the CPU strains. I think you're probably right. It could be that. It could be something to do with the USB-C interface in Linux. I'm not quite sure, but usually they're pretty reliable. But yeah, I think you're probably right. I should actually check and see if it's got a firmware upgrade. It'd be nice if it noticed that it turned itself off and like reset itself. Right. Bounding circle, bounding box, option collision. If ball intersects bounding box. Okay. So what do we do for ball that lets it know that? The returned collision is the side of bounding box that ball hit. Interesting. So collision is actually an enum. Brownian drift. Man. It's a little over my head. Don't know no brownie and drift. Where is ball defined? Oh, whoops. Struct ball. Does it have an impl or is it just a component? I only know brownie drift and that my weight drifts higher as I eat too many brownies. I mean, fair, especially the fudgy kind. Fudgy brownie drift is the worst variant, but also the best. This whole serious arguments about which are the best kind of brownie. It's a real thing. By the way, I'm quite certain you know that you should go and do the self care thing if you want to. I appreciate the hanging out, but it's so good it's gone around the bend to becoming the ultimate evil. Fudge is the weapon. Feels like there's a game in that somewhere. Fudge Wars. Could be misinterpreted though. Okay, so if not ball intersects bounding box. So where does this function come from? Bevy math bounding circle. I see. Ball is a bounding circle. Bounding circle new, ball transform. Oh, all right. Okay. So we're going to steal this too, and we'll see if we agree with the way it's defined. But stealing, theft is very important. I'm going to make this bird collision. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're getting some shopping tier. That's what's happening over there. Someone's delivering our groceries. Bounding circle. Yes, you can use that. No method named intersects for bounding circle in the current scope, and it's from the trait. So, yeah, no barking though. No barking. And you're going to sit at the door and whine now because you know that there's food outside. I know you. I understand what happens here. Intersects volume, I think it's called. So let's see if we can import intersects volume. No method name center. What would be the trait for that? Bounding circle, bounding volume. Yeah, I bet it's bounding volume. Okay. Can't find ball transform. Yes, you're right. That's because it's the bird transform or collider transform, in fact. Hang on. What was that query from the start of? Ball velocity, ball transformers, ball query. Okay, so you do need to query. But this is yeah, I know, Ted. I know this shopping. I do understand. And the very next ad break, we will go and get it. We will. I promise you. Yeah, it's going to happen. Yeah, I understand. I understand all the things that you're saying to me. I really do. You're a good dog. Thank you for telling me that the groceries are outside. Uh, okay, so the advantage for them is that there's only one ball. However, there are many birds. So I guess we do need a bird query. We need this. Oh, I know, Ted. I know. It's so, so sad. Um, see, I wonder if... Interesting. So the way it's structured is there are colliders in bricks and colliders in the paddle, but we only need to know about where the ball is. Whereas my situation is there are colliders in the birds and there are colliders in the walls. And I need to figure out how to make those two interact. So I feel like for each bird, you need to check against any wall colliders. Um, so I do think you need to loop over the birds. And I don't know that option bird is terribly useful in this case. In fact, I think maybe we should go back to birds and obstacles. Hey, notice you followed my account. Must have been while I was streaming Bevy. I also followed back. Hope your content takes off. Thank you. That's very nice. Yeah, I try and follow everybody that's streaming Bevy because I feel like we're an endangered species. Try and make sure it's we spread the love as far as possible. Yes, we're gonna need both. We're gonna need birds is query. I don't know if we need entity necessarily, but we will need and well, actually, I don't even know if we need the collider component now. But we do need the velocity and the transform, I think. So let's see how this shapes out. Get rid of that for now. Obstacles, query, and mute, and velocity, and transform with bird without, other way around. Obstacle without bird. And there may be some nicer query we could do with just querying on colliders, but let's just see if this works for us. What is your problem here? This is going to need to be mutable for one thing. So is this. What is your issue with this? Consider choosing more. Oh, I've made a syntax error somewhere here. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So now, if we look at the previous version, it's doing for bird entity, bird sprite, bird transform, and bird's iter. Collision results, option collision is none. Obstacle sprite, obstacle transform. I see. We needed the sprite because of collide AABB, but we don't anymore. Okay. And then we just despawn the bird. All right. Let's see if we can figure this out. It's going to be for uh, mute velocity. Actually, bird velocity. Ever want help on a project? Are usually free? Absolutely. I need all the help I can get. Actually, we're not going to need velocity on this one because I'm going to go ahead and say that a wall has no velocity. Might not even need the disambiguation there now. Velocity bird transform equals and mute birds. N and mute birds. Definitely going to have to get the shopping before Ted loses the plot, which is rapidly happening. Okay, and then I guess we also need to iterate over all the colliders or all the obstacles. Seems, I'm sure this isn't the most efficient way of doing it, but let's just go there for now. For obstacle in, actually obstacles does not need to be mutable. Obstacles. And then we use the bounding box. Okay. That is bird transform. Does bird have a diameter? No. So let's go with const bird diameter. We'll probably refactor a lot of this. Equals, I have no idea, but I don't know, say 20. Okay. So now it's obstacle just obstacle. Translation. Ted, I know that the shopping is here. He wants to go and smell it. Okay. If let some collision so that other systems can react to the collision. We don't really have any other systems. Can you hear him whining? It's nonstop. He's so sad right now. I think all we'll do is we'll go if let some collision equals collision we won't send the event. We're just going to despawn it. So we do need the entity in order to make that happen. I don't think I'm picking anything up, actually. Noise cancellation must be doing its job. I added some background filtering per something that... oh, someone from Discord, I forget their name, recommended. Oh, you got it? He's very expressive. He kind of sings to you, don't you, buddy? Yeah, you do. I know that the groceries are there. I promise you. I saw them put them there. I will go and get them. We have a short time longer to wait. Okay, so that means bird, bird velocity. He just wants to sniff the tree. He wants to eat them, frankly, but he'll settle for me going and getting them. I think that'll be enough for him. Um, so the naive implementation of this is going to be commands entity bird despawn recursive. Oh yeah. Actually, all you need is if collision is some. And in fact, we may not need the complexity of understanding which surface they collided with, right? Because that's more of a breakout example kind of thing. So we don't need the events. Variable does not need to be mutable. Yeah, we don't need velocity. And then we don't need that. Nice. Oh, do we? No. Why would we need that? Oh, because we declare it down here. Okay, we're getting there. So could we take the complexity in bird collision? Yeah, if bird intersects bounding box, return sum. I mean, it's fine. Um, so instead of doing that, we'll do let bounding box equals bounding circle, and then let that was okay. I've got it the other way around. Okay. Yes, correct. And then if bounding circle intersects bounding box, then we do that. And that to me looks a roughly correct. Yeah. Okay. So where we say collisions, 58 down here, add systems, update, check for collisions. Okay, and we don't use collision event because we don't need it. And honestly, we don't need collider either. But maybe we could refactor a little. All right, let's see if it runs. Should be interesting. Nope. What did I miss? Oh no, it's just still building. Wow. Okay. Now, are we colliding with things? We are not. We are definitely not. So, a couple of possible explanations, although that's really bad. So, I don't think that's true. I was going to say maybe it's just because I set the bounding circle too small, but I mean, surely it would be We'd be seeing it by now. We're literally flying straight through the obstacles. Okay. So that definitely doesn't work. What are we missing? Um, oh, Teddy. Your life is so hard. Um, is it not getting called? I wonder. Oh, yeah. This is now supposed to be sRGB. Oh, well, how did that even compile? Hmm. Maybe I'm reversing the. Maybe I'm reversing the streams. Maybe I'm reversing the polarity. Maybe I'm reversing the thing. Check for collisions. If it intersects, yeah. For obstacle in obstacles, if bounding circle. Oh, well, first of all, the bounding circle should be determined here. Bounding box is obstacle translation and scale. Yep. Truncate divided by 2. Wonder if it's something to do with the scale. Possibly. Like it might be a really, really small box. If bounding circle intersects bounding box, I think there's a way to turn on widgets that show you. Oh God, look what a bad vimmer I am. There's a way to turn on widgets that show you where things are. If bounding circle intersects bounding box, well, the very least we could do is output them, I guess. What happens if we make the bird diameter giant? Oh, we don't use that anymore? Okay. See if we can just get some kind of. Oh, it's auto flapping. Why is it doing that? Oh, because I didn't do anything. Oh, I think it collided with a bunch of things. And now they're gone. All right. Let's try that again. So it could be the size of the collider, or it could be, oops. It could be, I think it might be the calculation of the bounding box. Yeah, there it is. They all pass through a circle and now they're disappearing. Yeah, it's kind of in the middle of the obstacle right there. Okay, so that's a bounding circle, not a bounding box, though, right? Interesting. So I'm calculating it wrong. But it is possible to despawn the birds, so that's good. All right. Um, okay, so we know that our despawn is running and working. It's just that the calculation of the bounding box is wrong. The bounding circle is the birds. The bounding box is obstacle translation truncate, scale truncate divided by 2. I wonder if we're not setting the scale of the obstacle correctly. AABB 2D new constructs an AABB from its center and half size. Can it be non-circular? DRS, whoops, DRS bevy, AABB 2D. Here we go. Cylinder, capsule, cone, torus, extrusion, regular polygon, boxed polygon, rectangle, right? Bounding circle. An axis aligned bounding box for the shape with a given translation and rotation. Create a new rectangle from a full width and height. But we're using a sprite, right? For the obstacles. Sprite bundle, yeah. Oh, I see. Custom size, some pillar size. So this is not a pillar origin extend. This is not a ordinary sprite. We're just creating a sprite from scratch. Programmatically. Do we use scale in any way? Because that might affect it. I wonder what its scale actually is. I assume it's on the sprite itself. Actually, it'll be on the transform, right? From translation, pillar origin extend. Okay. Um, hmm. So I'm ending up with circular bounding boxes, which is definitely not what I want. They're right in the middle of the pillar, but I want them to have the height of the pillar, which has got custom size on it. So we might need to incorporate that somehow. Hmm. Obstacle scale. So if we look at the way they did it, oh, I might have to go looking for it again. Where's the PR? Terrain gen, Morn. What is Morn? Gravity, velocity, Brownian drift. Bird collision. Bird transformation. Oh, yeah, here we go. Custom size. Bird sprite, custom size, unwrap. Interesting. Okay. Obstacle transform, translation, obstacle sprite, custom size, unwrap. Yeah. So do we use custom size on the bird as well? Huh. Hmm. I know, Ted. I know. It's terribly sad. So, so sad. And I promise you, it will get fixed. You're going to be okay. So, custom size. Yeah, the bird has a custom size as well. It's kind of a weird way to do the sprite, to be honest with you. What if we just set scales? Because it wasn't really a thing when this example was written, as far as I understand it. But we could instead query for sprite and check the custom size. We look at, well, first of all, if you take the custom size out, do they all get giant? I have to see this. Actually, no. They're just fine. At least they seem to be. Hey, Fanny Slam, how you doing? How dare you bring me here to mod view? How dare you? Okay. Oh, that was the pillar. That was the pillar size. Okay. Let's look again and take this out and see if they will get giant. We're rewriting Flappy Bird. Oh yeah, they do get giant. Nice. Oh boy. And you can't even, oh yeah, you can despawn them if you're really careful. There they go. They're despawning. Despawning. All right. So I think the solution is to scale. Well, at least I hope it is. Where do we load it? Art bird icon clone. Load art. Startup. Oh, you're trying to make a clone too? Easy concept to teach your niece how to code. Yeah, nice. I'm modifying an example that was provided to Bevy back in 2022. Just trying to see if I can resurrect it and make a decent go of it. Bird icon handle image, sure. Insert resource, art, bird icon, asset server load, branding icon. Yeah, okay. But instead of using custom size, why don't we use with scale? I think it's the value. Oh no, the transform. So you would use transform with scale. And let's go with some vec2 splat bird size. What is bird size? It is 24. I think scale of 24 is going to be very different. That's going to be enormous. Arguments are incorrect. Expected vec3. Okay. This is going to be very interesting. I do not expect it to work. I think scale is going to need to be a fractional value. Hey, it went pink. They're so huge, they're filling the entire screen. Holy shit, what? Oh yeah, I saw the Thor selfie. That was pretty funny. Okay, let's try Vic3 splat 0.8. Oh yeah, that's 0.8. Okay, cool. Let's go with 0.2. Yeah, maybe just a tiny bit too big still. Let's go 0.1. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll change custom size. We'll spell it right too. Instead of this, we'll do with scale. I'm not quite sure what to use, but we'll go Vec3 splat. Pillar size. Pillar size. And that'll be wrong, but it'll give us something to work with. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Like that. Oh, pillar size is a Vec2. Okay. Pillar size is pillar width, bottom Y pos minus top Y pos. All right. And not quite sure about Z. I'll just leave it at 1 for now. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll try that again. Oh, my camera's off again. Okay, what do the pillars do? Ah, they actually work, kind of. But what about the colliders? Oh, the colliders work now. That's cool. Okay, good. All right, they need it. They need a little tweaking, but they're not bad. So first of all, I need to put the puppy cam on, and in order to make Ted's dreams come true, I need to go and get the shopping from the front door, or he'll be very, very sad. So I will do that and make a cup of tea. And Fanny, you should also make a cup of tea because you've probably forgotten. And then I will be back after these things have happened. Okay. Crisis averted for now. The shopping has been collected. And the dog still feels like he should be able to lie in the sunshine. But he has to stay in here with me. To be honest with you. All right. Yeah. So scaling works. This is good with scale. We like with scale. However, what we should do is we should test the height of the scale to make sure that we're colliding with the top correctly. And then we'll adjust the width because that's obviously wrong. So if we can get him to collide with the bottom of this somehow. No. Okay. So it actually was a little too high as well. It's not fitting the size of the collider correctly. Let's try that one more time so I can get a better picture of it. I'm so bad at playing these games, that's the trouble. Yeah, it's surrounding it. Okay. So does that mean the scale of it is wrong? Or does that mean that I think it means my bounding box is wrong. The bounding circle could be wrong too. So we don't really know what the bird diameter is. Obstacle scale truncate divided by 2. So that's wrong. And it's probably wrong because we have different scales for width and height. Um, hmm. Is there a different from its center and half size? Is there a way to make a rectangular one? From point cloud, bounding circle, bounding volume, closest point. You know what? We're going to let the robot digest some of this for us. Hi, robot. Ah, apparently it thinks I'm my partner. Hey, Christy. That's concerning. Actually, it's Rich. Memory updated. That's funny. Oh no. Okay. Um uh how does one make an AABB bounding box for a sprite with scale X, Y, Z in a rectangular shape in bevy? See if it can synthesize it for me. I don't have high hopes. I see. So it's calculating the half size step by step instead of doing it all at once. Of course, it's not using the AABB to actually calculate, but this section of it could actually be quite helpful. Um, because all we're doing here, ah, wrong file. All we're doing here is passing a vec2, right? Yeah. So we're ignoring Z. So what happens if we do obstacle scale X divided by obstacle scale X divided by 2, obstacle scale Y divided by 2. Into? I don't know if that's a thing. No. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, I have no idea what to expect here. Let's see what happens. See if we collide sensibly. Nope, it's the same as before. So I guess dividing by 2 and dividing by 2 as the vector really doesn't make any difference. Do we need to take into account the size of the sprite itself? Or should it in fact be divided by 3? This seems silly. Well, let's find out what happens. Oh, whoops. Okay, so that is extends out the side, but not up the top. So that's obviously wrong. Okay. What happens if you just pass the scale value? That doesn't seem right, but okay, it gets even further away. So you would think that divided by 2 would work. Hmm. I suspect its bevy knowledge will not be up to date, but let's check this. Consider the following. Suggest a reason why the intersection might appear to take place before the edge of the obstacle sprite is encountered. Incorrect use of truncate. Yeah, no, because it takes a vec2, so that's correct use of truncate. You're wrong about that. If the sprite has non-uniform scaling, the bounding box might not reflect the true size of the obstacle. Interesting. Multiply the bounding box dimensions by the full scale. I see. So how would we get the size of the obstacle sprite? Because we were using custom size and then we took it away. Uh, hmm. Debug sprite. Okay, so we got a lot of information. Oh, it's too slow. Okay. All right, cool. It's color, flip X, flip Y is false, custom size none, rect none, anchor center. Okay. And where are we loading it from? That was a lot of power. I bet the stream probably hung too. Yeah, so don't do that. Spawn obstacle. Where is the obstacle code? Because the birds have got a texture, but the obstacles, I don't think they do. No, they don't. They've just got a color. And we give them a transform and a scale. So they have no real size of their own. If I give them a custom size of 1, instead of the size of the sprite's image. It's an option vec2. So vec2 splat 1. Or actually, we could just give it pillar size. But if we just let scale take care of it. I'm wondering if that'll help. Not really. Huh. It's still very inaccurate. I wonder if it'd be better to use an actual texture. Don't need to look at the dog's butts anymore. Okay. So what is the problem here? I'm generating a collider, but it's kind of massively outside the size of the actual object. Even if we have a custom size, it has the same effect as if I scale. Unless I set custom size and the scale. It seems kind of counterintuitive. Nope, that that creates a gigantic pillar that destroys everything in its path. So no, bad, bad, no, no bad. Um, so its custom size is none, but we give it a scale. Pillar, giant pillar. Oh, tea spilling. No, bad. Tea bad. Tea good, but spilling bad. Spilling bad. Okay. It's okay. We're all right. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Uh, hmm. It's not the fact that I'm setting a huge bird diameter, is it? That could be it. Oh, I bet that's it. I'm a twit. I'm not a twit. I'm a tweet, if anything. Oh, bird size is there, 24. Okay. Let's try that. Okay, hopefully we're there. Yeah, now we're talking. Okay, good. Nice. So that was the problem all along, huh? Wrong size. And I just didn't know it. So we can get rid of sprite. We don't need that. And do we need to disambiguate here? Let's try and see if it crashes, basically. That'll be the test. That'll be the test that says if we crash. And we didn't, so that's good. I wonder how far I can actually play this game now. Oh, no, 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 no. Ah. Oh, so many birds getting lost. Ah, I died. Okay. So the thing to do would be, well, first of all, we got there, so that's good. Now we need a game over, and then we need a massive refactor. Oh, and that auto flap thing is not required. What is the whole morning thing? I don't know what morning is. It's a weird name for something. I mean, I know what morning is, but I don't know what morning is. Get rid of auto flap. No more auto flap. Pillar size is not used. Actually, we could use pillar size extend 1. Like so. And then we're fine. We're just fine. We're completely fine. Get rid of auto flap entirely. Advanced camera, that's fine. Spawn camera is fine. There's so much we could clean up here. For example, like so. Okay, we will run spawn bird, then input. Brownie and drift. Check for collisions. Velocity. Gravity. Drift to center. Respawn a bird when all die. Ordering necessary because counting birds. Okay, respawn a bird when all die. Yeah, I don't think that's really the way we want to go. Terrain gen. Terrain cleanup. Oh, spawn camera has to be here. And update advanced camera. Chain. I don't know if they really need to be chained. And then post update flap. Ordering prevents physics bug. So a lot of this physics stuff probably needs to be in fixed update, but we can fix that. That's fine. And what is your problem here? Not that. That seems fine. What's the problem? All right. Okay, it's a little better. Let's go to Morn and remove it. Resource art seems bad. I think we might want to refactor a lot of that into like a bird resource. Bird enum of some kind. Ordering prevents physics bug. Yeah, I doubt it. Brownian drift amount. So weird. It is used. It's just getting confused. It absolutely is used. Oh, I see. We're not calling them bird reproduction. Okay, so bird reproduction happens. Does that happen in Morn? Hang on, I need to undo some of this so I can see what's going on. Yeah, bird reproduction. There we go. And Brownian drift. Okay. All right, now we remove Morn. Okay, does it still run is the next question. We always want to know these things. Well, the auto flap is kind of useful. I might just set the window size to resizable false, just so that I don't have to do that initial thing. There we go. Okay, it looks like we're spawning new ones at a relatively high rate, maybe faster than it was before. That seems to be working. Without too much difficulty. Yeah, I feel like they're spawning faster than they were. Oh no, Ooh, I got away with it. Does it just keep going forever? Brownian drift. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Ah, I died. Okay. All right. So that bit works. Now, is there a logical order or system set to this kind of stuff? Should they be in plugins, for example? Should birds know how to check for their own collisions? Seems vaguely sensible, right? Like bird has impul, hits wall or whatever, crash. Um, Seems like something you might want to do in theory and is a possibility. Let's do a quick check of the PRs to see if I need to catch up with anything. Nope, we're all good. Okay. So, how would we do this? I don't know if it needs to be that huge either. What are the other sizes? Breakout uses. Actually, Breakout doesn't have a window size or any window configuration, actually. So, what would happen if we took all of that away? Where can I put cat videos just in general? Yeah, just in general. I don't have a particularly complex channel structure. Huh. Wait, you have a cat? I didn't know you had a cat. We need to do a team shout out. Practical. Practical gets the shout out. Who's on green today? Hey, sucker. All right, we don't need resolution. Don't really need a title or a mode, but I'd like resizable false just to make it easy for me. We just have lots of cats from the neighborhood visit. Oh, that's cool. Borrowed cats. Transients. How big will this window be? Oh, yeah, it's perfectly fine. Just use the default. But addictive after a while. Please look at the video you posted. Hang on. Yeah, it is cool. I should stress it's not, I didn't write it, but I have rewritten it, I suppose. Or I will rewrite it more. Ah, that is quite the face. Oh no, it's a tripping cat. It's such a tripping cat. Sorry, I should have checked if it was okay to play it on stream. It's a total tripping cat. Cautious. Yeah, very, very careful is what's required there. I have tripping dogs, but yeah, tripping cats are the worst. Such a tripping cat. Okay, can we put the physics stuff into fixed update? So we're going to put flap, velocity, gravity, possibly drift to center, but I'm not sure about that. And Brownian drift chain. Maybe check for collisions, I'm not sure. See what happens. Total experimentation at this point. Ah, no, no. Oh, if it goes off the screen, you can't get it back. This is a problem. No. There we go. Okay, so that actually that seems a little worse. Is it kind of jagged? Or is it all right? I think it's all right. No. Damn. Is it jagged? Let's test it. Let's go back to the old way and just see if it's better. So you're supposed to put, in theory, you're supposed to put physics systems in fixed update. I think it's much the same. Okay, now while I remember that, go back to the new way. Hey, why didn't it redo? Oh, that's annoying. Now I'll never remember. Add systems. Fixed update. Flap. Actually, we might do the flap last. And then we'll take Brownian drift. Actually, we'll take velocity, gravity, Brownian drift. And that's all for now. Camera's gone again. I actually do think it looks a little wonky. It looks a little staggered. I don't know. It's hard to tell. This time we'll save it. Then we'll undo. Just seems somehow more fluid, but I can't tell why. Maybe it's updating more times per second. All right, what is the default for fixed updates? Maybe if we look for fixed updates in examples, yeah. Fixed time step is printed maybe 0 or multiple times. Stepping. Grave key to toggle stepping mode for the fixed update schedule. Breakout uses fixed update. Add schedule update, add schedule fixed update. What? Fixed update uses apply velocity, move paddle, check for collisions, and play collision sound. All our gameplay simulation systems to the fixed time step schedule, which runs at 64 hertz. What happens if I take the chain off it? Take the chain off it. Wonder which physics bug they're talking about. Does the drift to center I swear it looks more jagged. It is. But I can't tell why. That's almost gonna... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. but I would expect fixed update to be the right way to do physics here. Let's add drift to center. Check for collisions. Gonna lurk and crack into some dev. Nice. You will be in the shadows. Brownian drift. Check for collisions. We'll take the chain off this as well. I hope your dev goes well. Oh, if anything, that's a little jaggedier. Jaggedier? Oh, yeah. We're all over the place. That's funny. Sometimes they just fall. Okay, no. All right. So, first of all, let's do gravity velocity. Oh, I think we might be better. Yeah, I think we are actually. We could also present a count of birds on screen. Yeah, I think that's good enough to work with anyway. Okay. All right. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Let's go with Okay, let's go with trying to apply some more of the patterns that we get in Bevy Quick Start, which is now called Bevy New 2D. So, for example, we could have a plugin. We could have a physics plugin. Which might be an option. We could use like the function method for plugins. So why don't we work on a physics plugin? I think flap might need to be in here, perhaps. Actually, what does happen when we do that? I still need to fix my camera, damn it. Oh yeah, that seems fine. Oh, they are kind of spreading out. That's all right. Yeah, it seems okay. All right, so we could isolate all of the stuff in fixed update into the physics plugin thing. So how are we going to do that? Let's look at what's the example. Let's just go to the source. We go to lib and we find that we get add other plugins. So yeah, we could have a physics plugin. So let's try that. FN physics plugin. And it's go to demo. It's going to be a function plugin app and mute app. Oh, we got ads. Time for me to fix my camera. There we go. That's annoying, but necessary. Okay, that gives us 2 plugins. And then what's your problem? Expected 1 argument, found 2. Oh, yeah. Yep. And then input plugin or bird plugin? Input plugin. Spawn bird. No. Input and flap. Now, does flap actually, does that do physics stuff? Oh, it changes velocity. That should be in physics, right? We should probably send an event for that. Oh, I see. It's reading flap events. Okay, that does need to be in physics. We could rename it in a way. I think this would probably be better off being a bird plugin of some sort. And then we can have bird reproduction, spawn bird, and input. Yeah, something like that. And you could have a note about each of them being in separate modules normally, but not in this case. We could also make the constants isolated to the plugins or to the functions with some kind of resource, Brownian drift amount. And instead of calling flap, we can make it more generic. What does it really do? It applies velocity, or yeah, it applies the thing. It applies movement direction. It only changes velocity y. Um, hmm. It does directly refer to bird. I wonder if this should run in the fixed update schedule, but do it from the bird thing, from the bird plugin. Hmm. Because it makes sense that the physics plugin would handle velocity changes. You could say that the bird has an intent. Hmm. You don't want to make it over complex. Oh, that camera went out again. What is going on today? Hmm. Definitely must be a CPU thing, I think. Every time I build or something, just runs out of CPU to handle the camera. Hmm. What to do in in the quick start? There's a movement controller, and that's kind of a useful pattern. You could say there's an upward movement controller. Um, but it would be nice if there was a sort of generic movement controller that the physics plugin could respond to, so that it wouldn't have to know about the birds. It would just move everything that had some kind of movement controller on it. So if we look at movement controller for in Quick Start, we have movement controller intent vec2, max speed f32. Yeah. So I wonder if we consider using something like this. And then we've got apply movement. Um, this will always be up for the purposes of flappy games, i.e., we only ever apply velocity y changes. Well, no, we don't, but after all, the camera just moves. Does camera move, or do we actually apply X velocity at some point? Maximum speed in world units per second. 1 world unit equals 1 pixel when using the default 2D camera and no physics engine. So max speed would be we've got gravity of 400, flap strength. Okay, let's look at the default. Max speed 400, intent vec2 0. 400 pixels per second is a nice default. For birds. Okay. This is never used. Oh, missing documentation. Fair enough. So we should spawn one of those for every bird. New bird pause, new bird velocity. I guess the forward velocity is a constant. Camera speed, right. Okay. And no vertical, no Y speed. So we're basically moving at the same speed as the camera the whole time. Okay. So I think we'll just simplify some of this. In which case we might not. Do we have to have velocity gravity? We do, right? So let's see if we can get some ordering happening here. Okay. Now, apply movement or apply velocity might be the next thing. So, yeah, apply movement. Movement query is anything with a movement controller and a transform. Velocity is controller max speed times controller intent. We don't want to change the X speed though, ever. So transform translation type plus equals velocity extend O times time delta seconds. Whereas the thing in flap does this. it adds, it does a query for the birds, whereas we would, right, we need to modify the velocity. Okay. So apply movement. Hang on. All right. So anything with a movement query, or just movables or moving, this query movement controller um, can move, movable. Movement controller, transform, and a velocity. I may not need the transform. I don't want to change the transform. Yeah, so velocity is controller dot max speed times controller intent. V velocity equals controller. Oh, we need delta time. Velocity, yeah, so plus equals. I think this is almost certainly going to be wrong. Can't add a sign vec3 to vec2. Oh, yeah. So we don't need to extend it. Okay. Apply movement doesn't really get called. So let's call it and comment this out. And I think that everything will just fall off the face of the face of the map. But we'll just check. It might work. You never know. Oh, yeah, because I don't change the movement controller. So whatever it is will just fall down. Okay. Okay, so input flap event send flap. So what if instead of that we did well, we can do that. And then if flap events is empty, well, we don't need it, right? We just do the query here. So instead of flap events, we have movable query and mute controller. or bird and movable. Actually, and mute movable. Or just controller. Controller intent y plus equals. Oh, that's right. They just incremented it by 1, didn't they? Equals 1, maybe? Or plus equals 1. Okay. I have no idea what's going to happen there. Let's find out. Camera's gone again. Definitely a CPU thing. Okay, nothing happened there. Actually, I felt like maybe it slowed down a little. Lap strength is 240. But it's saying velocity y equals flap strength. Okay. So it's not actually changing it with regard to delta time. Which is interesting. Oh. What's the timing on this? We got 3.5 hours we've been running. Repair our camera for the millionth time. Nice frozen intent look on there. Okay. And slip of tea. Now then. So controller intent y is 1. So that's positive y essentially. And so what happens in apply movement is that we check all our controllers and we multiply velocity is controller max speed times controller intent. And then we add velocity. I see. So velocity is also a vec2. And we add velocity times time delta seconds, which is going to be a smallish number. So maybe the speed multiplier is just not big enough under this current physics system. So maybe we need a much larger number just to confirm whether or not we are making a difference. So let's look at the default for movement controller. And I think we used 400. Yeah. So let's use 1,000, I guess, just to see if there's any difference at all. We'll hit space a bunch of times. Oh, yep. Whoa. Okay. Well, that's a lot of speed. And it just keeps getting faster and faster. Okay. So, maybe we need to reset the intent after we've applied the movement. Let's go back to max speed of 400 and see what happens. Feels like we need to degrade the velocity a little bit after a while. But maybe we just need to let gravity overcome it. Try one more time with 400. Maybe I misunderstood what I was seeing. Yeah, it's not able to overcome gravity using 400. Let's see what gravity actually does. Ah, that doesn't look right to me. Velocity y minus equals time delta as secs f32. Well, let's just use delta seconds, yeah? Times gravity. And what is gravity? 400. Okay, so a move speed of 400 would not be able to overcome that. So what about 500? Let's make it gravity times 1.1 and see what happens. Okay, so kind of, but not really. It's not able to overcome it. 1.5. But then it never gets reset. So the thing is, you need, oh my God, you need to reset the movement intent thing. So input. So when would we reset the movement controller intent? Let's look for intent in the repo and we can see what interacts with it. There's 4 places. Collect directional input. Yeah, so they set it to 0 every time. Okay. Oh, but they don't set the intent of the movement controller to 0. Huh. Oh yeah, they do. Controller intent equals intent. Okay. So in input, Yeah. Um, let intent equals a vec2 new camera speed. Oh, did it use plus equals? It did. Movable intent. Oh, I see. Okay, and then intent y plus equals 1. Per the genre, Flappy Games characters move at the speed of the camera in the x-axis. Oh, yeah. Okay, maybe that'll fix some of our problems. It'll never fix all of the problems. Wait, I don't see. I didn't see them anywhere. Did they fly off the screen? Let's try that again. Oh, yeah. They're just not even there. Did they zoom away? That was weird. Hmm. Actually, we should stop applying velocity in the when it loads. So velocity. We should do an import default. Oh no, that already supports default. So we probably don't need to do it that way. We could probably just do this. Actually, maybe we could put it on the movement controller. No, do we change the velocity that they get? Oh yeah, and the intent. You would never want the intent to be 400, would you? See, max speed times controller intent. So that's why it's got so huge. constant rate along the x-axis. And then in apply movement, velocity y yeah, I think that's right. Oh, really? Oh, I see. Um, yeah, so it's camera speed times controller intent and controller max speed times controller intent. Uh, oh, yeah, x. There we go. Okay, any other issues? Yeah. Maybe better just to leave velocity on either the movement controller or I don't know. Let's see if we can get it to sort of show up vaguely sensibly this time. Nope. At least it didn't disappear off the screen. But I'm still not there. I'm still not there. It also seemed to be moving forwards relative to the camera, so that's obviously wrong. Um, velocity is, yeah, so this is a plus equals thing. That's not what we want. Hey, Pigoli, how you doing? Thanks for the look. So we want to set x always equals camera speed. VOY equals controller intent y times controller max speed times time delta. Yeah, something like that. It looks like we need an LSP restart. And then we'll give it another go. Once Rust Analyzer catches up, that is. It's been a trooper today. Hasn't caused too many troubles. Okay, well, it's very, very slowly falling. And it's going to die. Well, at least it was in the center of the screen. Oh, dear. All right, let's think about this. It's traveling at camera speed, so that's good. The vertical movement is not working the way we'd like it to. So I think the vertical movement would need to be quite a lot higher. And also the gravity's not really applying either. Right, we're multiplying by time delta. Minus equals time delta seconds times gravity. Hmm. Oh, wait, can I do this inside the thing? I don't think I can. Am I allowed to do that? No, I'm not. $6.25 every single time. It's obviously not enough. Okay. So the amount of gravity is not sufficient. Um, do we just use larger values? I mean, it's falling. How much of a value would you need to use? Maybe it's this thing about representing world units correctly. Oh, well, the gravity's working and the jump kind of works. Gravity times 3. Oh, doesn't like it. I mean, yes, but it very soon. It's not a smooth motion, is it? So we apply max speed, but it's very quickly overtaken by gravity. and in sort of a jerky way, if that makes sense. Yeah, like it just shoots up and then is overcome. Hmm. Play movement's running on fixed update. I wonder if it should be. Oh, yeah, it should be. But it only works for one uh, frame. In theory, it should apply a huge amount um, and then gradually see it dwindle away as gravity overcomes it. So when we see apply movement, it's good because we need to understand this stuff pretty thoroughly. Intent Y is 1 times controller max speed times time delta seconds. Oh, but um, might need to be plus equals. Watch it fly off the screen now. Wow. Okay. All right. Um, well, there's no reacting to that. First of all, let's turn gravity down again. Okay. And again. Let's go back to 400. Okay. So it does fall off rather quickly. But also flapping doesn't do anything. Hey, Ace Mumio, how you doing? Good to see you. We're writing the world's worst flappy bevy. So what is multiplying? Max speed is gravity times 10. It's actually max vertical speed, but never mind. You're chilling, working and listening. Very nice. Happy to have you. VOY minus equals time delta seconds multiplied by gravity. And because delta seconds is usually a fraction, that ends up being a relatively small number. Yeah, so it changes the velocity of anything that can be affected by gravity. And velocity changes the translation. Let's make sure this is time delta seconds too. I don't think we should need that extend, should we? Maybe. plus equals VO times time delta seconds. Extend O. You've always got to break a thing before you get it working again. Okay. Where else do we use that? Yeah, time delta seconds again. And that one can be driftables. Can drift. Okay. So now that's bird reproduction. How do I get my movement controller working? How do I do this? The direction is always going to be camera speed for X. Well, 1 for X. And either 0 or +1 for movement controller, for Y. Set to higher than gravity to avoid plummeting to the ground. Gravity times 10 is apparently not enough. This is actually max vertical speed. Okay. Gonna do some ads real quick in a sec. Tempted to go get an apple. Possibly a cup of tea. So we might do that while the ads run. Okay. Ooh, that was spicy. Right. So this is all a bit of a mess. Um, Controller, horizontal speed, times time, delta seconds. And vertical speed is multiplied by intent y, yeah. And so we also need to make sure that the camera moves at the same rate with delta time as well. Advanced camera, there it is. Okay, so it's definitely still got time. I assume we're not going to have any particular improvement here. It's moving forward, which is not what we want. Means that either we're applying too much X motion or, yeah, it's speeding up in that direction. Um, so we're doing a plus equals. Which is probably not what we want, unless we also do that with the Y. But actually, the X motion should be a constant, right? Well, now it's going backwards. Does that mean that the camera motion is not? Um, so if we go velocity, see, it's multiplying it by time delta seconds and velocity. Hey, Ellen, the goofy goober. How did I access what? Um, so yeah, I think we're multiplying by time delta seconds too many times for one thing. um, whatever's on the screen. How did I access it? I don't think I understand the question. So either we multiply it here, which actually makes sense in a way. We could just apply time and the velocity. In which case, we probably don't need to apply it here. Hmm. Would that be true? Because if you are applying it in the translate, when you change the translation, then maybe you don't need to apply it here. Well, I don't think that I don't think that's what we were hoping for. So if you minus equal gravity, yeah, that's way too high. No, I think you do need to modify it by time. But if you apply it elsewhere, I don't think you need to apply it in here. So we apply it everywhere else. But nope, still no change. What values are we using at the moment? Gravity of 200. Definitely feel like in some ways retrofitting this rather than starting from scratch is a little bit fiddly. But that's okay. Oh, well, it still disappears very quickly off the screen. Um, so in apply movement, yep. So horizontal and vertical speed with time delta seconds. Intent y times vertical speed times, yeah. So that should be the only time we modify the horizontal component of velocity. Maybe the camera should have a movement controller as well. We used to just set velocity y. Let's change gravity again. I don't know, 1. I feel like once you get the pattern, you just apply it the same way to every game that you write with physics. Okay, so they're being propelled upwards, which, whoa. Okay. What the hell? Okay, so that's wrapping around, I think is what's going on there. Funny. Okay. So it's being sent down at a very high rate. We go to gravity. Delta seconds is being applied. And VOY minus equals time delta seconds times gravity. Which seems fine to me. Then with input, we set the intent to 1 and 0. So our intent is always positive on for x. Okay. And the plus direction for x is that way. Okay. Control intent is intent, and that can mean it could be 0 for the y. We check for collisions, that's fine. So when we imply the movement, also we start the new velocity. I think we should just use default, right? Okay. So velocity x is always horizontal speed times time delta seconds. Velocity y is intent y by vertical speed times time delta seconds. Intent y is either going to be 0 or 1. And it's additive, so you'll add a bunch of things in and gravity will take it away again. Velocity mute transform. All right, so let's just go. Let's debug V, one thing, and I hope it doesn't slow everything down too much. Okay. Hey, Venerak, how you doing? I'm in the weeds a little bit. I am trying to. Time for you to take your leave. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'm in the weeds a little. I am trying to implement or resurrect a version of Flappy Bird that used to be or was trying to be a bevy. Oh, this is not the right thing. Wait, where does this come from? Don't tell me. Is this? Oh no, I'm using the wrong velocity. Oh no, we get. Um, I'm getting all confused by physics, basically, as opposed to getting confused by 3D. I mean, you got to use a bit of variety every now and again. Get confused by different things. Well, gravity is very, very strong. Whoa. Oh my God. Nah. No. Don't crash. Don't crash. Okay. So velocity started out being very high. And 1.875 is constant, which is good because I think that's supposed to be the camera speed. And then negative 51. I think you need. Is it normal that there's so many birds? Yeah, it's the bevy is the expression is a bevy of birds, right? Like a lot of birds, and so the bevy version of Flappy Bird had a lot of birds in it, which is quite fun. But I have royally screwed it up by trying to convert it to a more modern style of working. So I'm in the weeds trying to debug everything. So velocity vec2. I feel like it should have a max. Gravity should have a maximum. So we should never allow it to go faster and faster and faster. Terminal velocity, I suppose, is the. I don't know. That's the saying, right? So how did the original do it? If we look at my branches and bevy and branches. Hey, Fuzzy, how are you? Cowick, very good. Pleased to hear it. Go for gold. Fuzzy trying to use up all his points again. Okay, so when we applied velocity, translation plus equals velocity times time delta. Only 29,000? Okay. That's a lot of Ds. Yeah, and they used a gravity of 400, but that was with, I'm using like a gravity of 1, but it's getting ridiculously high. Not sure why I have such poor delay to your stream. Usually it's not that bad. Could just be my end. I can't think of an obvious reason. But yeah, it's probably just me. I blame Fuzzy, yeah. It's probably a sensible approach, I think. Now, there are obvious there's so many ways that velocity can be changed here. There's gravity, there's velocity, there's drift to center. Maybe we should take some of these out. Get rid of this and this. We should give the camera a movement controller as well. And then just keep apply movement. See if anything is messing with it. Oh, well, that's, I mean, slower, I guess. Only D. All right. Nothing but D. All right. So Brownian drift. It's perfect. It's 100% what we're after. It plays a D. It's very complicated. This is doing my head in. Why does applying upward movement not apply upward movement? So if I look at vertical speed, horizontal speed, vertical speed is gravity times 10. So say gravity is 2. Am I sonic pieing? No. No, I probably should be. Okay, so that kind of accelerates them up, but not enough. And in kind of a weird way. I just hit space a lot. Yeah, no. It doesn't at all have the effect I was hoping for. So what is it? What's going on? In the old version, they would directly assign velocity to velocity y. So I can sell it as an NFT. Yeah, absolutely. Um, so let's look at apply movement. And instead of plus equals, we'll do this. Bird flapper. Okay, so we just have a bunch of birds that are not moving at all, and gravity is not being applied to them. Okay, so that certainly doesn't seem to be sensible, but that's because gravity is so low now. So if I change gravity here back to whatever it was, I don't know, let's call it 200. Okay, we have a very, very lame gravity application. No, stay. No. Okay. Either gravity is too strong or the the flap amount is not enough. So let's change, it should be gravity times 10. But maybe when they flapped, they did not apply time, right? Your stream buffer exploded. How's the musical note being played? This thing, all of the stuff being displayed on the screen, apart from my camera, is a bevy overlay. So it's my game engine receiving messages from a real-time database. So on one end, I've got the robot, which is just an ordinary Rust program reading event submessages. It dumps things onto the real-time database, which has a stream of events that the bevy overlay reads from. And it knows that when someone does a redeem for that particular sound, that it should play a sound. So yeah, it's a recorded sound. um, so when it flaps, where's the flap? Show me the flap. Show me the flap. Flap. Yes, it does not apply time. So it does apply time in the velocity function. Gib flap. In the drift function. All right, so let's try. this. I always lose track of where I should, yeah, it just disappears. I always lose track of where I should apply time, delta time. Like there's really specific rules for it, and I don't always understand what they are. Because let you apply it for some inputs, but not other inputs, like mouse inputs, for example, because they collate in this system. So gravity. Let's make that, I don't know, 5. It's all just guesswork at this point. I really feel like starting from scratch would have been easier. Not trying to modify someone else's example. Okay, that's just invisible. 1. Could be camera speed shooting it off the screen, of course. Oh yeah, it's probably is it actually. So change camera speed to something much slower, like 1, so that we can see what's going on. Okay. This is such a good game. Oh, fuck. We're going to get there. It's all right. It's going to be fine. Just because I can't even write Flappy Bird, it doesn't matter. 10 out of 10. I don't want screen height. No. What? Where does screen height? No. All right. Need some sleep. Live the lurk. Absolutely. Have a good sleep. Appreciate you. Okay, so gravity is now 1. Let's change gravity to 10 and see if it actually falls. Even if the camera speed and the horizontal movement speed are not the same for some reason. This is so sad. Okay, well, we can jump upwards and we fall down very, very slowly. Okay. So let's go back to a much more sensible amount of gravity. I think it was originally 400. And then we'll make this times 1.5. I'm so confused. Oh, I'm so confused. Okay. Point 1. The gravity speed is too high. Let's make that 200. Why is it moving forward relative to the camera? Advanced camera. Time delta seconds times camera speed. Whereas, well, hang on. Velocity. Okay, so that does need time now. I had the old version working so beautifully. Okay. Well, at least we're in the middle of the screen again. Gravity is basically not working anymore because we're multiplying by time now. It might very slowly be falling. Gravity goes back to 400. Camera speed goes back to whatever it was, 120. Well, it's falling. It's definitely falling. Uh, get over there. There we go. Now we're gonna die. No, we're okay. Now we're gonna die. Okay. All right. Well, that seems like a rational amount of speed to move forward at. So that's good. But the jumping is and the gravity are definitely wrong. So in the gravity system, we multiply by time delta seconds. So let's only do that when we apply velocity. It's all about delta time. If you just understand delta time, then you understand it. Okay, well, that fell very quickly. Um, let's dial down the gravity again. We will eventually get there. We will. It is known. It is known. Okay, so sensible rate at which to fall, but jumping doesn't work. So input intent y plus equals 1. Otherwise, yeah, otherwise normal. And then apply movement. X is control a horizontal speed. That's fine. Or just, you can, if you like, you can go controller intent y times that. And VOY is controller intent y times controller vertical speed. So it's either 0 times that or 1 times that. I do wonder if that's supposed to be plus equals. um, okay. So it could be 0 times plus equals 0, or it could be plus equals vertical speed. But once again, somehow the gravity's fucked up again. Just make this 2. Make it just really obvious what's going on. Ah, stop it. Now we're going backwards. So that's fun. What the hell? There's too many systems. We've got a camera that should be moving at the same rate as the other things. Re. Okay, velocity OX is controller intent Y. Oh, well, that's going to be a problem. Let's try X, shall we? Okay. Okay, now we're falling. This is good. We're falling at what I would think would be a sensible rate. However, we are not moving. No, don't do that. Input. Intent Y plus equals 1. And then assign every movement controller's intent to that. Actually, it can just be equals 1. We'd like all the birds to flap. Okay, so currently I've got gravity set to something really low, but it's still accelerating downwards at a rate of knots, which is interesting. I'm not setting the wrong value in the wrong thing, am I? Vertical speed, horizontal speed. Okay. Oh, wait. There's a difference between upward vertical speed and vertical speed. Oh, yeah, it's still okay because apply movement should only change it. What if we just fiddle with these numbers a little bit? Okay. So now they're kind of jumping, but also all falling down. All right. Let's try 20. Some of them are jumping, but it's impossible to overcome gravity. Let's try 30. It almost feels like it's not being applied to all of them. I think maybe because they're constantly being added, but they're being added between flaps. um, so they should really be added with similar velocity to the other ones, the other birds. What are we doing in gravity? Just subtracting. Not even subtracting with delta time, just subtracting. And yet in gravity in the other version, I think they did both. They used delta time in that one and they used delta time in the gravity. Which is confusing to me. Why would you do it twice? We wonders, we wonders. Do you have to do it just every time you manipulate velocity and when you manipulate the transform? I mean, okay. But you don't do it when you flap. There is no time here. You just directly assign a velocity to it. Hmm. That is confusing to me. But let's add time back to gravity. Let's add time everywhere except when we change our vertical movement. Including here. What about move camera? I'm going to do some ads real quick. Advanced camera does it. So here is the only place we probably don't apply time. But it may be wrong for the x-axis. We'll get it eventually. Okay, well, we have upward motion. Okay, little too strong, but that was actually better than before. Okay, so gravity, let's set gravity to 20. We'll just go in stages. We just go in little stages, quiet little stages. We're not going to freak out. Just going to work the problem. That's all we're going to do. Okay. I've got upward and downward movement, which is nice. It does seem a little bit... Gravity's not strong enough there. So more like 50. And we need to change this value again to call it times 2. And we're doing a plus equals rather than an assign. But I think maybe we need to do an assign. I don't know, plus equals makes sense to me, to be honest with you. Why is the gravity not taking effect? Oh, because of the assign. All right. It's a good way to keep them flying steady. On a steady keel. Even keel. Steady, steady setting, steady course. Okay, this is actually decent. They don't always take effect at once. Gravity probably needs to be stronger. But this is... I don't understand why some of them kind of shoot off. But this is better. This is progress. Let's add back in Brownian motion and all that sort of thing. See how that behaves. Oh dear. Because the new ones spawn without the velocity of the old ones. Oh, and that velocity is much too additive. But that's the thing. When it the old version wasn't plus equals. It was just a direct assign. This is what your velocity is. So if we go back to 1.5, but the problem is it's possible to increase it beyond a set point, right? So you can just shoot off up top. Whereas if you do an assign, one of the dogs is having a dream bark. Woof. Very, very important dream. Yeah, that's no good because it just locks it in. Hello, little puppy. You all right? Oh, hi. How you doing? Are you good puppy? Yeah. Need scratches. Good girl. Need some scratches in the sunshine. What's this? Ah, puppy cam. Okay. So we can't do an assign because that doesn't work. But you also can't. If you did this and you just hit space a bunch of times, your velocity increases too much. And they'll go miles away. So it's like you need a maximum amount to increase by kind of. It's not bad done that way. But yeah, so many of them don't have the same velocity as their neighbors. All right, if you don't abuse the system, but if you do abuse the system, you end up shooting off into space. Interesting, it seems to have stopped spawning. Oh, I think that's the morning function that it used to have, where they would get sad because they didn't have enough birds. I've got people pinging me. What's going on? Okay. I am going to fix this, but I'm not going to do it now because I've just crossed over the 5-hour mark. And I'm a bit buggered and I want to take some time out. So let's see who we can raid. Finding Focus Dev is definitely a good person to raid. Let's raid them. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. We'll see you next time. And I will